from West Texas, we're the Lubbock Regional as the host. Texas Tech, national runners-up from a season ago, start their journey for a repeat to the Women's College World Series against Marist as we welcome you to the NCAA Softball Regionals presented by Capital One. And this is what happened earlier today. Ole Miss able to advance. They survived even a big third inning to stave off that late rally we saw from Boston University to advance on to the winner's bracket. They will await the winner of this game coming up between the Raiders and Red Foxes as we say hello and welcome you in with the two-time national champion from Oklahoma, Aaron Miller-Thiessen. I'm Tiffany Green, and certainly when you think about the history that was made for Texas Tech a season ago, they're looking to run it back once again.
Well, of course, they've got their leader, Nyjah Kennedy, in the circle, but I think the most important thing to note is the reload, one of the most stout and potent transfer classes to come in to Lubbock. So they've got the support now in the circle as well with Caitlin Terry and Nyjah Kennedy, and then the offensive power is just unbelievable.
When you think about the duo that has been KT and Nyjah, 22 wins apiece for each of these hurlers. Caitlin Terry has been outstanding. The two-way player will get the start here today, but she's also leading the way offensively for average. And you take a look at this Marist group out of the MAAC. They're on a 7-team game winning streak for the second season in a row entering regionals. That's the second longest active streak in NCAA Division I behind Nebraska. The Red Foxes have upset on their mind as they try to take down a national seed this afternoon in their opening game of regional play from Lubbock. It's the Red Foxes and the Red Raiders ready to duke it out here when we come back. pitch and fouled off. This Marist team coming in, really successful over the last several seasons, making their 6th NCAA tournament appearance. As that one is smacked and pulled down the left field line, and the 2-out RBI single for Sienna Kunze, and the Red Foxes on the board first.
Back to the mantra. On, over, and in. That's exactly what the Red Foxes have done here early. The bunt single from their leadoff, Peyton Pusey. The aggressive base running, the speed so far of Marist, and it's just fundamental hitting that's allowed for success here early.
A couple of base hits, a run produced, and now Olivia Wiltsey standing in. Wiltsey, one of a handful of freshmen on this team, made the MAC All-Rookie team.
A freshman with a lot of pop, 11 home runs on the year, batting over .327.
Swinging away at that one, now 1-2 count for Caitlin Terry. And the lefty registering another strikeout, 2 in the inning, but it was the Red Foxes that were able to break through on the scoreboard. We'll see Terry and the Red Raiders when we come back. Welcome back as we introduce you to the Texas Tech starting lineup, brought to you by Capital One. And how about Mia Williams and the season that she has had coming into this program, unanimous first team All Big 12 selection, and the production that she has had in this lineup has been incredible.
One of many, one of a handful of transfers in the starting order that has allowed Texas Tech to reload in a massive way. I think that the script and the story for this team is that they should win a national title, right? They played in the final series last year and have shopped the portal and hit the jackpot with some massive talent.
And so the tall order will be in the hands of Ava Metzger. How about the Red Foxes grabbing a grad transfer as she comes in her lone season with Marist, and a much-needed pickup for the Red Foxes. 16 games started on the season, better than 100 innings pitched, and a dozen wins for the graduate out of Freehold, New Jersey. She'll face off against Maya Davis first in this Red Raider batting order. That one high for ball one. many Texas natives on this Red Raiders roster. The chopper back to Metzger, jumps to get it and retires Maya Davis for out number 1. When you think about Ava Metzger, I mean, what will the Red Raiders see from her?
I think first you got to think about what this moment means to her and how that's fueling this appearance for her. Her first NCAA appearance coming over from University of Manhattan. And I think she's continued to get better in the circle since getting over to Marist. Late breaking curveball, works east to west. Really dominant on that arm side. Loved sitting down and chatting with her coming into this regional about what this moment means for her in her senior year. Allowed her to fall in love with the game in a brand new way.
Well, we talked about Caitlin Terry coming on, and we will talk a lot about her throughout this weekend. And for as far as the Red Raiders go this season, Terry coming from the left side, an outstanding two-way player this season, hitting .471 on the year, 52 RBIs. And again, just getting it done on both sides. Taking all the way in a 3-1 count to Caitlin Terry. And this is going to be a challenge this afternoon for Ava Metzger. And the walk awarded to Caitlin Terry. Well, we highlighted Mia Williams in the lineup. And here she is coming up to bat. She opened her career in Gainesville at the University of Florida and made her way from the Sunshine State to the Lone Star State. One of those dangerous bats in the lineup, hitting above 400. One of 3 for Jerry Glasgow's crew.
It was absolute elite hand-eye coordination and athleticism from Williams. You mentioned coming over from Florida. There's been a lot of improvement since her time at Florida. 100-point increase in her batting average, increase in home run numbers. Just power in general has exploded here at Texas Tech.
The chopper over to Kunze at third, picked out by Geyser, and now 2 down. So Williams advances the runner to second base, and 2 away as solid fielding for the Red Foxes.
Kunze at third having to make a decision here. Looks back the runner at second. Little scoop that's gonna have to be made at first, and Geyser gets it in the glove.
Jackie Liss, who comes in this year and after a very successful career at Southern Illinois with the Salukis, now making her impact felt with Texas Tech. This is a group that, as you mentioned, made it all the way to the Champ Series, national runners-up. First time in program history making it to Supers and beyond. And a group that just a couple of years ago registered 29 wins. Since Jerry Glasgow has taken over, they've nearly doubled that total each of the last 2 years.
Jackie Liss, another one of those transfers coming over from Southern Illinois. Actually played travel ball with Nyjah Kennedy. Mentioned how fun it would be and last season to play behind her old teammate Nyjah, and came over to Texas Tech knowing nothing was going to be guaranteed for her. And that's exactly the way she liked it. This opportunity well earned.
Full count. And the walk awarded to Jackie Liss with 2 down. So 2 on, 2 away. And Jasmine Burns stepping in. Boy, we remember covering her last year in her freshman campaign, or excuse me, sophomore campaign at Ohio State.
We were wowed.
Like, wow.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Blown away. Not just the power at the plate. I mean, it's easy to look at these numbers. 17 home runs on the season, batting .466, but also what we saw from her behind the plate defensively. An absolute stud catcher who stepped in behind the plate when Vic Valdez had a little bit of an injury going on, so held down the battery for Texas Tech for a bit.
I mean, she's in the Buckeyes record books for what she did as a sophomore. Single season record for home runs and slugging percentage. And has continued, as you've mentioned by the numbers, Aaron, to mash here. Entering in on an 11-game hitting streak. Fouls it off once again. Two balls. 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out, and the pitch. And once more, Burns getting a piece of it.
You can tell just by the cut she takes, right? There's just so much athleticism, like almost violence in the way that she swings the bat. There is 150% effort behind that decision to take a swing.
She awaits the pitch.
That type of freedom, too, with letting it all hang loose, that starts at the top. Talking to Jerry Glasgow, standing over at third base. He said, I much rather would have this team be all go than all woe. I want them to absolutely go for it, even if it doesn't look perfect. Swing out of your shoes.
And that one ripped into left field. And Jazzy Burns responsible for tying up this ball game. The RBI single for Jazzy Burns on that full count.
So aggressive from Jazzy Burns. It felt like she was completely locked in. This was an off-speed pitch, low and away. She finds a way to time those hips, to pull trigger through the strike zone. And this, too, Tiffany, is why the free passes against Texas Tech are going to come back to hurt you. This is just fundamental hitting, gap-to-gap hitting. But the 2 free passes with 2 outs on the board, it was just a matter of time before the Red Raiders come through.
Well, just the production all season long for this Red Raider offense. Certainly a number of feared batters in the lineup, as you mentioned earlier, Aaron. Jazzy Burns, we just saw why. Just because of the way that she and her teammates attack the ball. And that's right up the alley for Jerry Glasgow. That's what he is known for, being able to make you a better hitter. That is part of the lure of coming in and being coached by him, is the efficiency you will see at the plate. Taylor Panel, first pitch swing and flies out to center field. Tie ball game as we move to the second.
My mom went to Florida State. She played softball. She was a catcher. The thing she always brings up is the shorts. She's like, I can't believe you guys would not be able to thrive in shorts. I wore shorts all the time. I'm like, nope, I could not. Literally could not. I'd actually die. But I think just going after her footsteps, me and my sister both just kind of wanted to be like her.
What a special tie and connection through the Diamond sport. Mother Christy was the ACC Freshman of the Year back in 1995. But just think about the battery that they would have been in today's time with Caitlin in the circle and Mom behind the plate.
Cool. Yeah, Mom ranked 8th in program history with 275 career hits. So she got it done at the plate, too.
Yeah. Talking about getting it done at the plate, we know Caitlin Terry has done that, but what she has done in the circle, dropping her ERA better than 1 point, and again, has made herself very feared, very much a feared player both ways.
Leading off the top of the second for the Red Foxes, number 8, Samantha Rogers.
That's a cool lineage in history. Your mom was Freshman of the Year. She was Freshman of the Year. Samantha Rogers out of Southington, Connecticut. And Rogers lines it out to Tony at short, 1 away. I think Mom would be so impressed, not only with her daughter, but also the way the game, with the way the game of softball has grown.
So much has changed since then,
goodness.
right? Fandom alone. In fact, the stadium started to fill up through the mid-half of game 1. A lot of fans here in Lubbock, loving some softball.
The 0-2 to Anna Sidlowski. And we've talked so much about the Nyjah Kennedy effect. And we mentioned it even in the last game about how this softball community has grown here in Lubbock as the 3rd strikeout for Caitlin Terry. But she has also been a part of the big ticket and the show here from Tracy Sellers Field this season. Her coming into the program, number of new faces coming in, and this is an all-in group here in West Texas. McKenna Manley, who performed well in her first MAAC championship. Went 2 for 4 in that title game. And the freshman now in her first at-bat in an NCAA regional. Fouling that pitch off. It's now 1-2. We mentioned this group coming in, 17-game winning streak, hadn't lost since April 11th. And this one into right field, an 11-pitch inning for Caitlin Terry as she makes quick work of the Red Foxes. Well, checking out the Marist Red Foxes, and this senior class has been so important to this program. How about Ava Metzger joining in on the fun? But Joe Asiano just talked about how impactful they have been since stepping foot into this program, or just being added within the last year. You think about the way that this program has grown, and Peyton Pusey and Haley R., Ava Metzger, Isabella Mannery, all in that great company. And what they have done here at Marist has been exceptional. And they're looking to add some more to that legacy here in the postseason.
Talking to Coach Asanio about this senior class, he was very emotional. Immediately teared up the second we brought up those 4 names. He said in the world of the transfer portal, just so thankful to have those seniors throughout their career. It's easy to leave. It's easy to go somewhere else. All of them good enough to do so, puts up the numbers to do so, but they love this program. They love this culture. And a lot of that is because of that man right there, creating this environment that they want to stay a part of.
MAC Coach of the Year for a 3rd straight season, MAAC Coach of the Year, 6th overall for Joe Asanio. And Warren Allred, the junior who is swinging the bat well as of late. Stands in now, 3 balls and 1 strike. She was an important part of that 2025 World Series run.
Red coming over from Louisiana Lafayette with Glasgow. Back in 2024, redshirt junior.
And gets her looking. Ava Metzger registering her first strikeout. The backwards K. Another look here.
Slicing up the corners. His arm side, a little down ball spin, works low and away from Allred and too close to take. That just barely clips the white of that plate. A nice location from Metzger.
Another lefty in the bottom of this lineup for the Red Raiders, and it's Haley Toney. Sophomore coming off of a all Big 12 freshman team selection a year ago. Toney trying to give chase to that one. Third base umpire Terry Holt says she didn't take all the way or go all the way. And Metzger, who looks to the dugout, readies the pitch, and fouled off. And you see the difference in terms of the pacing of each of the pitchers here this afternoon. Metzger, who is more methodical and takes her time, and Caitlin Terry is quick action. As that one driven into left field, and out number 2 recorded.
The rhythm of the game, too, dictated so much by what's happening in the circle. Pace of play determined by those pitchers. Some pitchers like to keep it moving, like to keep the game fast-paced, to stay in motion. But for Metzger, as you mentioned, a little more methodical in approach, taking her time after that pitch call to settle into the rubber. Go-to for me as a hitter. Back when I was playing at Oklahoma, I liked pitchers that moved quick. I wanted to keep the game rolling. It allowed me to stay out of my head. And sometimes when you face an arm that takes a little bit more time on the mound, you get impatient. You're like, let's go. I'm ready to swing. I'm ready to see a pitch. So it can be disruptive, absolutely.
And too, when you think about it, in so many of the hitters that we get a chance to talk to, they're often talking about, you know, you just don't want to think about it. You just want to go up there and swing. And those extra little seconds give you more time to think.
A little time to marinate. You're exactly right. Time to second guess. This one not second guessed at all. The wheels at the bottom of this order. Unbelievable. First short game we've seen from Texas Tech.
Logan Holloman able to leg out this bunt single, placed perfectly, as you mentioned, Aaron. And the speed of this Red Raider team is something that just drives opponents crazy just because of their efficiency in using that speed. Once you get on the base pass, watch out, because the Red Raiders have 119 stolen bases on the season. And don't be surprised if Holloman tries to make some moves.
A 462 average, that really is why. I mean, you see it on display there. The speed is so hard to defend, the pressure that she applies to defensive, especially in the 9-hole, rolling that back to the top of this order to Davis.
And when you think about Jerry Glasgow coach teams, you've got to think about Maya Davis, because Davis, who started out at Louisiana, Sun Belt Player of the Year, and they're taking off as we expected. Holloman putting pressure on the defense, the errant throws, and the ability for her to come all the way from first to score the go-ahead run.
That is all Holloman. When you apply pressure to the defense, you force them to make throws, you force them to catch the ball, to apply tags, you create chaos. That is exactly the name of the game of Holloman. Put her on base and watch her fly.
So 2 errors registered on that last play after Holloman stole her 10th base of the season. She's perfect on the year. Davis just out of reach for Kunze at third base. But just the beauty of the combination of power and speed for this Texas Tech team. First team in Division I history to do what you see on your screen.
110 home runs and stolen bases in the same season. I know that that also was a specific statistic that Jerry Glasgow mentioned he wanted Mia Williams to reach. He wants her to have over 20 home runs and over 20 stolen bases this year. He loves that dynamic, speed and power.
And that one drops in front of center fielder Peyton Pusey. And Davis with a 2-out single.
Take a look at how Pusey plays this ball in center field. It appears off the bat that this is catchable. But you notice she puts on the brake to play the bounce. We saw this play a role in game 1 with the ground roll double, the bounce over the outfield fence.
And speaking of taking off once again, another successful stolen base attempt. Davis with a team high 35 steals this season. And she is one of the best in all of NCAA Division I softball in that category. But you go back and talk about just how this field plays, and naturally Texas Tech having the advantage, this their home field, but outfielders are trying to still figure things out there because the ball bounces a little differently on turf.
again, right off the bat from Davis, I thought that ball was catchable. You know, maybe you short hop it, you glove it, but Pusey not wanting to take that risk.
How about Caitlin Terry getting out of this one and over the head of the left fielder. And the RBI double for Caitlin Terry. 3-1 Red Raiders. Advancing to third, heads up base running 60 feet from home, but going back to that swing.
Opposite field pop and just misplayed, to be honest. Manley in left field drifting. There really was no drop step to sprint to catch this ball. It one hops off of the wall. And the misplayed throw with the cutoff at third. Kunze out of position allows her to grab an extra 60 feet.
And again, beautifully placed. Williams able to drive in. Terry on the bunt, just put it where they ain't.
The wheels starting to kind of feel like they're falling off defensively here for Marist. It's about stopping the bleeding here, right? 2 outs on the board, find a way to get an out. Long off the bat from Terry, and then the short game directly after with Mia Williams, who's unexpected, right? You look at her power numbers, but you can't overlook her speed. 19 stolen bases on the year. She has the wheels, and she puts it to the test there. Joe Asanio out to the circle just to have a word and calm this team down defensively.
And this is the pressure that the Red Raiders want you to feel, but Joe Asanio, who feels strongly about his team, is, you know, he talked about PPP, pre-pitch preparation. He felt like his team did such an outstanding job all year long with not making miscues, both physically and mentally. Right now, they've got to fortify, stay strong, and just get out of the inning. We'll get a chance to talk with Coach Asanio after the break. There's Davis taking off. She's in safely. And you talked about wanting to be a part of that 2020 club, and she's able to join great company. 20 home runs and now 20 stolen bases. And it looked like the ball got there in time, but the hand sneaks in just before the tag.
That's exactly right. Throw there on time, but the tag not applied. I want to dig back in, though.
Ruling on the field is safe at second base. Marist ruling. The previous play is under further review.
Looks like this is going to be challenged at second base. Call on the field is safe. As you and I mentioned, looks like the throw easily there on time, but the tag not applied.
So Bella Manor gets it there and just being collected there by Wiltsey.
I mean, both of her arms straddling the glove, truly, on each side of that bag. And you know Mia Williams got a good look at this, right? She can see the glove right in front of her. She's placing both of the hands on each edge of the bag. I think that's a really good look there. And keep in mind, this footage would have to be definitive to overturn this call. And right now, the call on the field is out.
So the call on the field was safe. Is there enough evidence to overturn that to say that she is out?
Thank you for that correction. Yes. Call on the field was safe. They are challenging to see if this can be overturned to out. And I don't know that there's enough evidence here to overturn it.
And look, it's easy to say it from where we are and say, maybe Wiltsey just raise the glove to apply the tag as opposed to wait for Williams to come her way, it could be a different outcome. And so we will get the official call right here.
After review, the call to fifth stands. Runner is safe. Marist will have one challenge remaining.
So an unsuccessful challenge for Marist. Each team gets 2 apiece. You keep them if you win them. But in this instance, the Red Foxes are down to 1. For Ava Metzger, she's got to recenter, refocus, and just get out of the inning. Still very much a manageable deficit here, trailing by 3 runs. Metzger, who coming into this weekend had 12 2/3 scoreless innings before giving up that run back in the first. And she was excellent in that MAAC championship in her 2 appearances. The 2-2. And Jackie Liss, this in the foul territory. Mannery is there, and that ends the inning. 3 runs tacked on by the Red Raiders. We'll hear from the Red Foxes head coach when we return. Welcome back to the NCAA Softball Regionals presented by Capital One here from Lubbock. And we're joined now by the Marist head coach, Joe Asanio. And coach, that was a tough last inning for you all. How do you find a way to bounce back?
Yeah, you know, I think we're putting good swings on her right now. You know, I just told them, I went out to the mound and said, we just need to clean some things up. You know, disappointed we pitched out twice on steals and just didn't execute it. You know, we just need to execute our offense and our defense.
Coach, I know you mentioned the importance of the PPP, right? The pre-pitch preparation. Do you feel like this team is still holding on to that?
Yeah, you know, I think we've, I don't know if they're just nervous right now, but, you know, that's what I went out to settle them down. I said, listen, let's just go back to our basics and make sure that we're doing everything that, you know, we know that we can do.
All right, thanks, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
Well, in talking with Joe Asanio, you know, he mentioned just about this group and their ability, the hard work that they put in, the way that they have just been dedicated to being their best this season. And knowing his group, he fully expects them to fight back, to claw back into this one. Again, trailing by just 3 runs. Annabelle Geyser going around on that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Geyser, freshman coming in to this program. Second team All-MAAC selection, along with the rookie team. And what did Joe Asanio tell us about this youngster? Look, she finds a way on base.
The bottom of the order, too, having to turn over this order. She is basically a secondary leadoff. I mean, she's doing it here in the top of the third inning. So being a tough out, finding a way to get on, able to have the short game. Saw her just swing through, trying to pound the ball into the ground to leg it out. A lot of barrel control, too, with Geyser. Just a freshman, but has such a good hand-eye coordination at the plate. Reached safely 10 straight games. This is a squad that's on a 17-game winning streak.
Coming charging in left field is Holloman, and Geyser is retired. Back to the top of the order now with Peyton Pusey. And Pusey, who led off this game with a bunt single, is back at the plate. Better than 400 on the season. Such a great all-around player. And when we heard her coach give props and praise to his senior, he said, you know what, she is just a terrific human being.
Excellence throughout her entire career, but specifically this senior season has just been different. There's a little extra juice in the tank. We asked her really what is the difference this year. She said, I really did return to fundamentals. Started to ask herself what feels good, not what looks good, not what the textbook says, not what it's supposed to be, but what feels good in my body. What is the load that feels right? What's the step with my front side? What feels good with my hip turn? Returning to what feels good in the body has been the difference for her this season.
Well, she extended her hit streak to now 12 games. After that hit back in the first, she was phenomenal in that championship game and all throughout that tournament. This little inside out, flares it to short, and 2 down. And now Caitlin Terry facing off against Bella Mannery. Mannery, a 4-year starter for the Reds Foxes. She is experiencing her best season at the plate. Better than 300 average on the season. And just consistent growth for the Red Foxes catcher. Chasing that one now, 2-2. Caitlin Terry readies the pitch. Looked really good and right down the pipe, but Trina Cornerford behind home plate saying it's ball 3.
You can see Terry immediately turns around. I think maybe trying to shield any reaction there. I don't know where that misses, but to me as a hitter, I'm not leaving that in the hands of an umpire.
You see swinging there, protecting the plate because that was a close one. Mannery fortunate. And another payoff pitch on the way. Again, close, but disciplined eyes from Mannery. And she's aboard with the 2-out walk. Another look.
This is the first walk of the game for Caitlin Terry, and 2 very borderline pitches that you can see she wants. She is begging for that call, and I'm going to tell you, it's very close. I don't know where it misses, if any.
And did you see Vic Valdez just hold it behind the plate like, you see it?
You sure?
You sure? Okay. Haley R., the shortstop, who right out to shallow right. Her first time up. Four-time All-MAAC selection, first team. That's mightily impressive. Just the 3rd Red Fox to do that. Infielder for Marist is the conference all-time leader in hits, average, doubles, and RBI. The Red Foxes, who were making back-to-back regional appearances, was at Texas A&M at College Station a season ago, and now back in the Lone Star State here in Lubbock. The 1-2. Ball high. It's 2-2. Chop, called foul. And the pitch. Again, continuing to stay alive and foul off pitches. And making Caitlin Terry work here as the 9th pitch of the at-bat is on the way. Inside, jammed her a little bit and ends the inning as we move to see the Red Raiders when we come back. Well, the offensive turnaround that we have seen, that was something that needed to be addressed after the Women's College World Series. The national runners up outside of the top 40 in D1 and home runs, and slugging percentage. So what did they do? They tapped the transfer portal. Tech brought in a ton of talent, infused it into the 2026 version, and what do you know? What a big turnaround for the Red Raiders as they find themselves in the top 5 in many of those categories that we just mentioned. Pitching took them there last year. They feel like offense can help lead them there this year.
I know that was all about the offense too, but I think even the pickup of Caitlin Terry, providing a little bit of support going into the depth of the pitching staff to assist Nyjah Kennedy. I mean, she had to go the distance for them on the mound last season, and now with Caitlin Terry over 119 innings this year, giving Nyjah just a chance to breathe, to be her best as well.
You saw the production there on that graphic. 3 of the 4 runs produced for Texas Tech in this game have come via those transfers. Jazzy Burns leads it off here. She was one who brought in the first one back in the first inning with an RBI single. She's 2 for 2 with a couple of singles.
And 2 for 2 on this same location, honestly. Up and in on the hands, gets jammed a little bit, but the power of that top hand, pushing it through the pull side. So consistent at the plate.
And a pinch runner coming in for Burns. It's Michaela Garcia. So she's going to take up her stead at first base. And among the players that we haven't really talked a lot about in terms of the newcomers, Taylor Panel. Panel, who transferred in from Tennessee last season. An outstanding performer for the Lady Vols. Two-time first-team All-SEC selection before leaving. And this one sent over the field. I mean, that got out of here in a hurry. A 2-run shot over the left field wall. And how about the bullpen? The net protected them, of course. Loving that long ball from Taylor Panel.
10th of the year. Coming over from Tennessee 2 seasons ago. Part of the puzzle pieces that have built the dominance, the juggernaut that is Texas Tech. This one got out in a hurry.
It's the bullpen party, right? Stella Blanchard is like, okay, come on, y'all, guns up. This is what we do here at Texas Tech. That Raider power on full display so far. So Stella Blanchard is called into duty to come in relief. We'll tell you more about her when we return. Welcome back into Lubbock. Aaron Miller, Thiessen, Tiffany Green with you as Stella Blanchard now coming in relief, the sophomore. The 3.52 ERA. And standing in relief for Ava Metzger. Blanchard with an 0-2 count and delivers to Lauren Allred.
Redshirt sophomore in the circle that dealt with a little bit of an elbow injury that sidelined her as a freshman back in 2024. Only pitched an inning. Now has earned her way back.
And so the weather has certainly changed here in Lubbock, as started out at about 97 degrees now. Overcast skies here.
A little bit of wind whipping, blowing straight out to center. I don't know if it's, we got a little dust storm rolling in. Looks a little hazy.
Yeah.
That's ominous right
It
there.
is. Now these Red Raider fans, they're used to it.
They're probably thankful for a little shade.
Yeah. Well, you know, they made some upgrades around the
They
stadium,
did.
right?
The
and
awnings.
this awning, that's right. And those pitches close, but not in the strike zone, according to home plate umpire. And so Lauren Allred with a walk.
Haley Toney's been so good at the plate for Texas Tech, but she's been just as good defensively. Stud shortstop. In her freshman season, started every single game at shortstop, was the only freshman in a P4 school to do so last year. Just an absolute rock star on the dirt.
And Toney rips this one over to second base, and ball kind of bounces exactly where it needs to be. Wiltsey slowed it down, R tagging second base and getting the lead runner for the Red Raiders.
Literally hits into the fielder's choice. This one tees up nicely, booted that ball from Wiltsey, but are able to make that force play at second base.
Lane number 7, Logan Holloman.
Now one away for the 9-hole hitter, Logan Holloman, who had that bunt single last inning. Came around to score after a couple of miscues by the Red Foxes. The chopper charging in, R at short, and everybody's safe.
Not even a play to be made. This is the second single from Holloman and the second time that she's flexed those legs. I mean, the speed is so impressive. Pounds the ball into the ground. Old school approach here. It's like make it bounce high and beat it to first.
Flip it back to the top with Maya Davis. And again, another stolen base. I'm going to tell you, folks, that was a really close call. 4 stolen bases for the Red Raiders. Another look here.
Are having to cut across the field. This is a very close play. This is essentially a foot race between shortstop R running to third to try and catch and tag all at once. Not even a challenge. I thought maybe we would see one.
Well, only one remaining for Asanio. Coach Asanio was unsuccessful earlier on a steal play.
It's the right
Looks
call.
like,
yeah.
Yep, Toney gets that forward or front leg on the bag first. Swing and a miss there.
Big cut from Davis, 34. Now 35 stolen bases on the year. A lot of speed at the top of this order. Another triple threat. This part in the lineup.
We'll have an opportunity to talk with Jerry Glasgow coming up next inning. And what he revealed to us, which is no surprise to anyone that's ever watched any of his teams, the unpredictability of what they're going to do, the number of ways that his teams can attack. And Davis, the backhand there by Wiltsey at second base. A run comes across as Geyser drops it at first. Everybody as safe now, runners at the corners.
This is definitely a part of their game. You mentioned putting runners in motion, stealing third base, hard ground balls, and a lot of speed. When we talked to the teams that came into this regional and how they were prepping for who they were going to face, they all mentioned preparing for the speed of Texas Tech.
And Davis taking off the double steal on, sliding underneath safely at home. And again, that's the type of confusion that Coach Glasgow likes to create with that speed on the base pass.
Unafraid. You know, we saw this last year at the Women's College World Series, stealing home plate. It was funny talking to Jerry Glasgow. He says, at this point in my career, I got nothing to prove. I feel confident in making these calls. I'm not a young coach that fears, you know, of what the opinion may be with taking these risks. I'm going for it. That's exactly how he plays this game.
7 stolen bases already in this game for the Red Raiders. And Caitlin Terry going to try to help her cause in the circle. Had that RBI double back in the second. She scored twice so far this afternoon. And again, the winner of this one will go on to face Ole Miss, who was able to survive and walk away with an 8-6 win over Boston University. Caitlin Terry sends this one in to center field and dropping it in and out of the glove of Peyton Busey. And again, that aggressiveness on the base paths. And now an 8-run lead, and that's run rule territory after 5 innings. So Marist got to try to slow down this Red Raiders team as best as possible to keep this game going after 5.
Busey in center field bobbles this ball, and you notice Davis never puts on the brakes. And I really don't think Marist expected that a play was going to be developing at home. There was no sense of urgency on the field.
There we go. Well, Busey, one of the uncharacteristic miscues for what has been a really steady senior presence in the outfield. And you saw how maybe the dust could have affected her as well. I mean, it is whipping the wind, the dust stirring up a little bit more. And Nia Williams takes that one outside, 1-2. Whoever advances out of this regional will face off against the winner of the Gainesville regional. Could we see Williams face off against her former team in Supers? A lot of softball to answer that question as Busey gets that one into the glove, and 2 away. So Blanchard searching for just one more out to get out of the inning as Jackie Liss comes up to bat. 9th batter of the inning for the Red Raiders.
Let's go Raiders!
Feels like such a suffocating inning to be on defense facing Texas Tech, not just offensively, but what they do on the base paths. It's like you can't find an answer for it.
Again, this is a group from Marist, hasn't lost since April 11th, but they have got a lot of work to do as they're trailing by 8. Back here in Lubbock, Aaron Miller, Thiessen, Tiffany Green here with you. It's Texas Tech with the 9-1 advantage. Their head coach, Jerry Glasgow, joining us now. Coach, you talked to us about making a statement this weekend coming off of that Big 12 championship game. What type of statement do you feel like you've made thus far in this one?
Well, I'm proud they're playing with a lot of energy. We're using our speed, and I'm showing a little bit different type of game than we played the last month because I've been trying to take care of, not protect my players, not get injuries. But we're letting it all out today, and we're letting them run. We're turning the burners on, as Vic says. And, yeah, so I'm proud of that. I thought we'd come out the first inning, wasn't playing hard on defense. I thought we'd be lazy and lackadaisical, and that can't be tolerated in the postseason. So we're going to talk about that when the game's over. But overall, it's like a B effort or a B plus, but we can play better.
Coach, you've absolutely hit the jackpot in the transfer portal. Your incoming talent has just been lights out. What have you liked, and how has it been coaching this group this year?
It's fun. It's fun. And, you can see the environment with the packed crowd, and the community is unbelievable. And it's so fun here at Texas Tech right now. Football's good. Women's basketball's good. Men's basketball's good. Tennis is good. Everything's good. So it's a great place, a great college town with a great environment. Kids want to come here. So we're riding the dream, living the dream.
Thanks
so
much,
Thank
Coach.
you, Coach.
Thank you.
Well, he's right. I mean, this is the place to be right now. Red Hot Raiders. A lot of hubbub, a lot of fandom, packed house today, and an opportunity to punch their ticket as they look to go to the Women's College World Series for the second year in a row.
In this new era of college athletics, there's much to be made about how you assemble a team. And in the aspect of the Texas Tech Red Raiders, well, they have some really strong supporters and donors. The Matador Club has really bought into a winning mindset here in Lubbock. College football playoff appearance for the football team. The women's basketball team made it to the NCAA tournament. And softball, though, was the catalyst for it all. You saw that run to the Champ Series, national runners up, and then everything else just kind of dominoed after that.
I loved the candid nature that we got from Coach Glasgow We had a chance to sit down and talk to him. He was like, look, I get it. Some people want to villainize us for how we've pieced together the talent of this team, but it's the game that we play in. And the reality is this team figured it out, and they have brought in some unbelievable talent and pieced together some of the best to make a run here in 2026.
And I think, too, I mean, you think about a player like Caitlin Terry. You know the level of talent that she has coming into this program, but the humbleness, too, as she strikes out Livia Wiltsey, of a player like Vic Valdez behind the plate who is able to receive pitches like this from Caitlin Terry.
I agree with you. I think the type of players that have come here to Texas Tech play with freedom, and that's exactly what you're seeing out of Caitlin Terry right now in the circle. Hammer in the strike zone early. It looks like we've got a little rain entering the field.
Well, there's some severe weather in the area that's expected, but also it's the dust that's kicked up here and swirling in the air. I mean, Lubbock went from sunshine to just beige.
A lot of beige.
A lot of beige.
No, it is. It's kind of a hazy sky right now, and I think just what I saw on the radar a little bit, it should pass quickly. A small little cell of rain. Hopefully we can get back to playing ball here quick.
And so fans taking cover again. The dust swirling around here at Tracy Sellers Field.
And two, just where we are in this ball game. Caitlin Terry 1 out away from getting out of the top of the 4th here. They've got an at-bat, and then where we are sitting, a 9-1 lead for Texas Tech. I mean, they're in run rule territory, just needing 4 more outs.
The 11 seed Texas Tech, and Marist will have a stoppage in play with this weather delay. We'll tell you more when we learn more back here in Lubbock. Hey everybody, and welcome back into West Texas, the Lubbock Regional, as play is resuming here from Tracy Sellers Field. A weather delay, an hour and 51 minutes in total, but let's tell you where we get, or how we got to this 9-1 game. So after one run put up by Marist, Jasmine Burns gets the Red Raiders on the board, and then in the second inning, or next time up, it was Caitlin Terry, the RBI double, scoring a couple of runs, and then, hey-oh, Taylor Panel going yard, a 2-run blast in a 9-1 ball game here as Aaron Miller, Thiessen, Tiffany Green back here with you with the Red Raiders on top of the Marist Red Foxes.
The biggest thing to note, too, is the 5 runs in the third inning for Texas Tech all came by way of pressure on the base pass. They've been running the bases with so much aggressiveness, very much the style of Jerry Glasgow. I think we're going to see that the rest of this tournament.
Well, we had a stoppage at about 5:38, 30 lightning strikes in the process. It was Caitlin Terry who started off in the circle, and Jerry Glasgow is going to ask her to try to close things out. We resume play here in the top of the 4th inning with 2 outs, and Marist bringing Sam Rogers to the plate. Boy, Caitlin Terry is helping her own calls in the circle, and now trying to collect an out here to get out of the inning as we are approaching run rule territory, and Marist working with their final 4 outs of the game.
Yeah, Caitlin Terry had 2 quick outs to start this 4th inning. Had the fly out, pop out rather, to shortstop. Had the K against Wiltsey. That was just about the time the rain rolled in.
And the lefty delivers that one high. Rogers did not go around. And it's a 2-0 count. This group out of the MAAC champions on a 17-game winning streak. That is certainly in jeopardy here against the 11-seeded Texas Tech Red Raiders. You know, both of these teams itching to kind of get game 1 under their belt here. We saw Ole Miss move past a Boston University team with an 8-6 decision. The winner of this one will face off against the Rebels tomorrow at 3 p.m. One of 3 games coming your way on our ESPN networks.
Just the second walk of the game for Caitlin Terry. It's really been aggressive in the strike zone, but having to come back into this game, as you mentioned, over an hour and a half delay. But to find that rhythm again in the circle. Zidlowski at the plate, pretty hot. Into the last 8 games, into game 1 of this regional, was 11 for 23 in her last 8 starts. Couple bombs, 5 ribbies.
The 1-2 to Zidlowski, and she fouls it off. Well, Terry, who made the move from LA to Lubbock and is settled in nicely here. She gets Zidlowski swinging for the 2nd time this afternoon as we move to the bottom of the fourth. The Women's College World Series returns to Oklahoma City. Action begins Thursday, May 28th at noon Eastern on ESPN. For more info, visit NCAA.com, the home for all 90 NCAA championships. Well, a group that was there last season along with Texas Tech, Ole Miss, who was in action to start off this regional. They held off a late surge from the Boston University Terriers to move on to the winner's bracket and await the winner of this game, as we'll get kicked off tomorrow at 3 Eastern. A couple of elimination games as the Terriers hope to keep their season alive.
Big trend in the first two games of this tournament, at least in my opinion, has been the importance of base running. BU giving Ole Miss a run for their money, and if it weren't for a couple of base running miscues that ran them out of some pretty important innings, I think that game could have gone a different way.
No doubt the Terriers, who were trying to bark back in that one, and certainly made it interesting to close things out. Just didn't have enough, so we'll see how they come back tomorrow. Well, this is the day that Jazzy Burns has had. Drove in a run. And got on base both times with a couple singles.
Both of those singles pull side. Tends to be a power alley for this swinger.
Stella Blanchard, who came in relief for Ava Metzger back in the third. Blanchard, who you talked earlier just about overcoming a UCL injury that had her sidelined for her freshman season. Only pitched an inning last year. And now her first opportunity in the NCAA tournament as she walks Jazzy Burns to lead it off here in the fourth.
Batting for the Red Raiders, number 6, Taylor Panel.
Taylor Panel, who had that 2-run blast we showed you in the highlights. Again, one of the many players infused to this Texas Tech program. Superb talent that's come in to Lubbock. She pulls that one deep and foul.
The home run back in the third. There's so much power from the right side. 2 seasons here at Texas Tech, been a mainstay in this order. Had that valuable experience last season in the 3-game series, the Champ Series in OKC.
Gets underneath it, flies out to left field, and 1 retired. We saw this day start off with temps in the high 90s, a little dust swirling through, weather encroached and dumped some rain and several lightning strikes, and now
a little bit of sun.
Yeah,
a little bit of sun
out.
peeking through.
Smacked over to second base. Wiltsey can't handle it, and Lauren Allred is aboard on the air. And so you hear the cheers from the crowd as Longi Quiroga, who had been out with an injury, missed about a month or more time for the Red Raiders, is coming to the plate now. Junior out of Los Angeles, California, transferred over from Cal. Again, the depth at so many different positions, right? We saw Jazzy Burns. We know what she could do behind the plate. Quiroga as well. You've got Vic Valdez. So 3 very talented players behind the dish to catch for this amazing staff in the circle.
Blanchard just trying to find the strike zone right now, digging herself into a bit of a hole. Saw the walk to lead off the inning. Defense, that hard hit ground ball, the error at second base, and painting herself into a little bit of a corner here.
Good look there at Joe Asanio, head coach for the Red Foxes. And a couple of walks this inning. And bases loaded now for Logan Holloman. Holloman had a couple of singles at the plate, hit the ball well, found her way on base. Had a chopper over to short her last time up.
It was interesting in talking to Coach Glasgow about his approach at third base. Obviously, we know he is keen for the risky play calls. We've seen the stealing home plate, stealing third base. He's not afraid to go for it. But as far as connecting to the batter in the box, he said, I just want to disappear in the third base batter's box. I want to allow these young women to be who they are at the plate, be present, be aggressive. I don't want to get in the way of who they are when they're in their element.
That pitch just missing there, now 1-2. But you also love a coach who can adapt in all types of situations and say, hey, well, look, I've got a really talented group of players. I'm going to let their talent lead the way. Pulled over and keeping her foot on the base is Mannery. And the force out at home. And the score stays still. Another look here.
Now with the speed too of Howman, you have to be sure. Making a choice before the play is in your hand, before the ball is in your glove. Where am I gonna go? What's the decision I'm gonna make here? And she makes a good one. Force out at home plate.
You guys are good execution, and Mannery finishing it off. Pinch hitter in at the plate with Desiree Spearman, with an opportunity still with bases loaded now, just 2 out. The junior has driven in 49 runs this season. Smacks that one into center field, all going back. And Pusey brings it in. The Red Foxes down to their final 3 outs. Don't miss a minute of the action from the NCAA Softball Regionals. We'll take you to the best live action on the 7 Innings Live show on the ESPN app. Catch every big moment on the road to the Women's College World Series only on the ESPN networks. New pitcher in the circle trying to close things out. The sophomore Samantha Lincoln now standing tall. Once again coming from the left side, going with another southpaw is Jerry Glasgow. Again, an arm that provides a different look, a much needed different look from both Caitlin Terry and Nigeri Kennedy.
You see the gun there, 72 miles an hour. We've been talking about rhythm in the circle, methodical rhythms versus working quick, just the pace of play, and she will work fast. Quick wind up, quick release.
Maya Salvo, the pinch hitter, and the glove slows down the ball, but Salvo leads it off with the base hit. So Lily Romelis, another pinch hitter, coming to the plate, a lefty-lefty matchup. She fouls that one off. First-year player for the Red Foxes, hailing from the state of Rhode Island. Again, this Red Foxes team making back-to-back NCAA regional appearances. And interestingly enough, you talked about the success of this Texas Tech team. When we had the opportunity to talk with the Marist head coach and their staff, you know, Coach Osanio said, hey, look, we like to put pressure on teams with our base running, as it's hit right back to Lincoln. She makes the force out at second base, gets the lead runner. But the fact that, hey, this is what we like to do, much of the same, a lot of base running stuff, bringing in some of those baseball concepts, but they've not been able to get the hits and the base runners that they need to be able to apply that pressure.
That's exactly right. Getting in those situations where you can even use that tool. There just hasn't been a lot of opportunities, specifically against Caitlin Terry, who's thrown the majority of this game, to get anything in motion, to create or wreak any havoc on the base paths, because that absolutely is a tool that Marist has. It's something that they've used all season long.
Re-entry in the ball game with Annabelle Geyser over at first base. Back to the top of the order with Peyton Pusey.
Running on first base, number 6, Annabelle Geyser.
And Pusey, who had that bunt single to lead off the ball game. Now with a 12-game hitting streak. Remember last season, she was all around the base paths, scoring left and right, led the nation with 82 runs scored. And a player that continues to leave her mark on this Marist program. The 2-1 to Pusey, and she fouls it off and out of play.
Came in with an 11-game hitting streak, extending that today. She had that base hit in the first inning. It's the true triple threat of this lefty. Can run, can bunt, can swing for power, has the short game, so much barrel control and so much leadership at the top of this order as a senior.
And that one, a little dribbler, and you talked about it, legging that one out as a slow roller back, and Pusey gets another base hit.
Lincoln just struggling to get off the mound to feel this. A little bit hesitant, not very quick to the ball, to be honest. And because of that lefty side, she's a lefty thrower, you have to kind of punt, push that ball to first base. There's not a lot of zip on that throw. When you've got the legs of Pusey, just no chance there.
Two on for Isabella Mannery. Mannery, the confident veteran catcher for the Red Foxes. Swings, fouls that off, just gets a piece of it. Now 0-2. And strikes out, goes down swinging, does Mannery. First strikeout for Sam Lincoln.
Long levers for Lincoln. I mean, the big stride off of the mound, long through that finish with the arm, just ball gets on you quick.
And Haley R, the final chance here for the Red Foxes. Remember, if the team is up by 8 runs in the 5th inning, that is run rule territory. And with Tech being the host team, Red Foxes want to try to take some good momentum moving into tomorrow. Lincoln takes her time, approaches the rubber. The 0-2 pitch. Speed from Lincoln, now 1-2. Looks in. She's ready. Time taken by Lincoln just momentarily. And a good cut there from the senior infielder.
You see the double,
yeah.
You and I are on it. The double clutch to the lower body on that off-speed pitch. You can see the smile even. She knows it too. Almost got fold on this swing. The double clutch of the lower body. Pulls, waits, and then throws the barrel at that ball.
R just trying to time it out, but when you think about, again, a great hitter in this Red Foxes lineup, she's looking to just extend this game and find a way on base. The 1-2. Keeps fouling them off. We see the difference in speeds there, though. 51 miles per hour a couple of pitches ago. That one coming in and registering at 71 miles per hour as she fouls it off. This one popped up behind the plate and out of play.
9 pitches now in this at-bat. She's done a nice job of just getting rid of pitches. Buying herself another pitch, another life at the plate until she sees something that she can handle. Even that changeup, the double clutch to the lower body, just to get rid of it.
And continuing to stay alive. And you see Sam Lincoln is trying to figure out a way to fool her.
Where do I go? Yeah.
Haley R not giving in. And sends this one into the outfield, giving chase, and nearly brought in and out of the glove of Maya Davis. And 2 runs come in to score. So Ixnay, the run rule right there for the time being, because Haley R delivers.
Thought this one was going to find its way on the other side of the fence. The battle. 10 pitches and then this swing. Love the effort from Davis in center. The leaping grab, but the contact with the wall knocks it out of the web of the glove. And you can see that this team is playing for a run here.
Yeah. The 4-3 put out ends the inning, but the Red Foxes trying to eat away at that lead thanks to Haley R.
Season 2 of Athletes Unlimited Softball League. Loading 6 teams take the field in their home markets, each stacked with a lineup worthy of the spotlight. The AUSL on ESPN. This is legendary.
Oh, I love that after a great season a summer ago, we'll see it return to our networks. How about Nigeri Kennedy? She was the #2 pick in the AUSL draft behind Carlin Pickens, 2 terrific pitchers in our game that we'll continue to watch in their careers, in their next phase. Terry, Williams, and Liss due up for the Red Raiders here in the bottom of the 5th.
Speed differential already out of the hand of Blanchard. Terry now seeing a 55-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch for the first strike, 65-mile-an-hour curveball for ball 2.
And Terry, who was aboard with a walk back in the first. Back-to-back base hits. And adds to it once again, this one going into the right center gap. And a couple of doubles in this ball game for Caitlin Terry. 3 hits on the ball game.
Just so athletic. I love to watch her approach, her prowess on the field. No gimmicks with this talent. What you see is what you get. Aggressive with her swings, aggressive with her base running. She's such a tough out.
Mia Williams putting it in a near exact place over Pusey. And Terry, who held up for just a second, won't matter at all, as Williams now kind of caught in a rundown between second and third. She falls and is out. Now credit Williams with her second run driven in the game. And maybe getting a little too greedy there.
Yeah, I could see Glasgow in the third base batters or coach's box not happy with this base running miscue. First, you got to tip your cap at the match. I mean, just off the bat, absolutely hammered. She rounded second base and I think maybe bit off a little bit more than she could chew.
The 1-0 to Jackie Liss. Little check swing there. Kunze over at third base, rifles it over to first. And 2 away. Stella Blanchard has the most innings pitched coming into this game for the Red Foxes. And now she readies against Jazzy Burns. An off-speed offering. Burns swinging at that one, 0-1. One at 65 miles per hour. Now ahead in the count, 0-2 to Burns.
Virtually same location, just 10 miles an hour apart in speed.
Burns sends this one flying into right field. Rogers has it, and that does it for the inning. As we move to the 6th, Red Foxes due up to bat. gotta love the dedicated fans here for the Red Raiders remaining on hand. I know some Marist Red Fox faithful are sprinkled throughout here as well on this Friday night from Lubbock, Texas, approaching the 8 o'clock hour local time. Again, we had a nearly 2-hour weather delay that put a pin in this game. And just making some adjustments as Libya Wiltsey is ready to start off the inning. While we have the opportunity, let's take a look at what's been happening today. Well, we started off the day talking about Florida State, the 9 seed being stunned by Stetson in just their second NCAA tournament win in program history. How about UNC Greensboro with a 1-0 decision over Clemson, and the Cowgirls dominating with a 16-run shutout over Eastern Illinois.
Looks like we've got a little defensive shift here. Well, and one of the outfielders trying to figure out who that is. I need some binocs up here in the booth. But it is 5 fielders now on the dirt facing Wiltsey.
And this is an interesting configuration. And our eyes are squinting. I think there's Logan Holloman.
It's like Jackie
over
Liss.
in left, and in right, it's the mystery woman.
Looks like Liss standing behind second base. Looks like Dave is shaded over to right field. A little defensive shift here. We've yet to see this for Tech.
No.
This game.
Waiting on that one and pulling the foul down the left field line is Wiltsey.
Directing traffic, prepping for this defensive setup. This was right before the inning started.
Okay, you go here, and then you over here, and then you shade her
Just
this
right
way.
around this area.
Again, you stated earlier, just at this point in his career, not afraid to try different looks, both offensively and defensively, and certainly it is paid off in a major way throughout his career. Coming over from the pros, we saw him at Louisiana, and then leading his Texas Tech program to their first Super Regional and Women's College World Series appearance. Taking Texas to 3 games before falling. Finishing up as national runners-up. And Lincoln getting Wiltsey going down swinging.
This one's up in the zone. Still has that curveball break just above the letters. Gets her to swing under this pitch. They're going to keep this defensive setup. I was wondering if that was just a scout for Wiltsey, but it's not. Panel cutting across the field. Yeah, they're wanting the extra coverage there on a ball up the middle of this field.
So as the Tech defense remains intact, Joe Asanio is going to tap his bench and go with a pinch hitter. Marissa Scarano will come up, known primarily as a pinch runner in her utilization this season. The New York native is standing in for an AB, her 18th of the season. One of 2 out of New York on this roster for the Red Foxes.
Lincoln really wanting that call in the inner half, kind of a backdoor curveball against this lefty. Breaks back into the strike zone.
And something in the scouting report for Joe Asanio saying, let's go with a lot of lefties off the bench. Now 3 balls and a strike to Scarano. And doing her job. So we've seen both pinch hitters aboard safely. Scarano with the base on ball. Maya Salvo, who singled last inning. And now with 2 outs, McKenna Manley stepping up.
At plate number 15, McKenna Manley.
The freshman in her first ever NCAA regional. And that has been the case for a number of these players for Marist. Lincoln looking to the wrist. And the pitch. Did she go around? Troy Kuykendall says no.
It's pretty close from up here.
The barrel goes.
Definitely breaks the plane there at the strike zone.
And Lincoln gets the strikeout. Midway through the 6th inning, Texas Tech in complete control. 6-7-8 due up when we return. Hey folks, don't miss a minute of the action from the NCAA softball regionals. We got you covered on the 7 innings live show on the ESPN app, and catch every big moment and every game on the road to the Women's College World Series on our ESPN networks. Well, Marist tapping the freshman Kaylee DeChickis to get in this ball game. Arm used primarily out of the bullpen for this Red Foxes team, coming in with 41 and a third innings pitched, 4.74 ERA. And what a grand opportunity, making her debut in the NCAA postseason. Taylor Panel leading it off for the Red Raiders. She had that home run back in the third. Tracking that one well is Annabelle Geyser, and she hauls it in foul territory near the Marist dugout.
Quick work for DeChickis. This is second pitch to Panel, who had that big bomb back in the third inning to get her to fly out to first base. Coach doing a little help there up the foul line. You got room.
Outside to Lauren Allred for DeChickis. Her first appearance since April 29th. That was against Manhattan. And now the 1-1 count to Lauren Allred. And back up the middle, smacked, and makes its way through for the 1-out single. And Lauren Allred is aboard. Second time this afternoon, or this evening. That brings up Haley Toney. Toney, the shortstop. And this one smoked and lined into center field as Peyton Pusey is there. The double play and a couple of base running errors we've seen here as of late. We'll talk more about that when we come back. Well, going back to that last play, we saw the good defense, but the maybe nonchalant base running there from Texas Tech. Meanwhile, you love to see this emotion from the Red Foxes coming into this weekend on a 17-game winning streak, second longest in the nation, actively behind Nebraska. And the Red Foxes down to their final 2 outs once again. We saw them continue to fight. And I think we're going to have a review of that one to see if the first baseman bobbled the ball or not, as Joe Assanio believing his base runner was safe.
The ruling on the field is an out at first base. Marist challenged that ruling. The previous play is under further review.
You see Annabelle Geyser touching that safety bag. First year it's been introduced in D1 softball. And does he have a point here?
Yeah, that is Jazzy Burns popping out behind the plate. This is a throw to first base, and Liz trying to glove it. I mean, where you are in this game, not a bad call. Just to take another look at it, the call is out at first base. There'll have to be enough evidence there that there was a bobble. I don't know that there is, just from the shots that we've seen.
And again, when you think about where we are in this point in the game, you know, this group was close to being run ruled. And we saw the fight from Haley R., that RBI double, scored a couple of runs, and now just a couple of ball coaches chatting it over. Let's hear the final call.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. Runners out. Marist has no challenge remaining.
But I'm not mad at that at all.
Why not use it?
Yeah.
Just to double check that that is the correct call. Especially first batter of the inning.
You want to try to find any and every way for your ball club to try to remain in this one. See if you can get a runner on base, make some noise, get some things to happen, especially with some of your best hitters coming up to bat. Speaking of one of them, we're looking at Peyton Pusey right now. Smacked in at 70 miles per hour for the strike out of the hands of Samantha Lincoln. Pusey fouls that one out.
You see the center fielder that had that double play to end last inning. Saw the emotion from her, the rally cry as she ran off the field.
The crowd wanted that one a little bit outside for ball one. Pusey has just talked about the type of season it has been for the Red Foxes, and for her personally, the fact that it has just been so rewarding to see the success of this group. Back-to-back conference champions, the win streak that we just mentioned. And now the Red Foxes down to their final out. Boston already in tomorrow's elimination game. And obviously everything is put on the line as it's win or go home time. So the Red Foxes down to their final out in this one. You spin it forward, though, and look at Texas Tech. They hold on and face off against Ole Miss. Would make for an interesting matchup. You think about Maddie George and the season that she's had, and the brand new pitching staff for the Rebels going against a very potent Texas Tech offense.
Too, you know, what you take from game one, the things that you have to clean up in day two as this tournament continues. I think Texas Tech has their work cut out for them. Base running, although aggressive and successful for them at times, there's been some costly base running mistakes. Ole Miss today in game one, struggling early with the strike zone, a lot of free passes. That's been something they've been battling all year.
The 2-2 to Bella Mannery, and she fouls it back. Mannery, one of the leaders for the Red Foxes. Staying off that one high for ball three now, full count. And the strikeout to end the ball game. First loss for Marist since April 11th. Their 17-game win streak comes to an end with a 10-3 decision for Texas Tech. And taking a look at the bracket, Marist Boston University will be the second game of our three-game Saturday. We'll start it off with the 11 seed Texas Tech Red Raiders against Ole Miss in the winner's bracket. For Aaron Miller, Thiessen, and the rest of our great crew, I'm Tiffany Green saying, we out till tomorrow from Lubbock.
and it means a lot for this team.